much. I should be ready if you're ready. Is the witness here?
Just before the witness comes, Your Lordship. Good morning, Your Lordship.
Good morning.
There's been correspondence last night, early this morning, but what I find to be an important aspect of the cross-examination, documents were exchanged. I've just considered them this morning. I dare say driving to court. If with Your Lordship's indulgence, we don't have to adjourn. It'll probably take me 10 minutes. I mean, we could adjourn. Can I just have 10 minutes to just structure my cross-exam on that aspect, and then we can resume in 10 minutes with your indulgence?
Okay. Shouldn't be any problem with that?
I have no objection, my lord.
Okay. No, that's fine. Then we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. The court shall adjourn.
As the court pleases, I'm indebted to your lordship for the indulgence. I'm inviting the court to invite the witness for further cross-examination.
Come forward, Mr. Roots. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Roots.
Thank you, your lordship. Good morning, Mr. Roots.
Good morning.
You'll recall at some point yesterday, we dealt with the evidence relating to a graph that relates to 1993 and the alleged farm murders that happened at that time.
That's correct.
And then I had said that I wished to take the matter no further, and I wish to reserve my comments in that respect for legal submissions. You'll recall that?
Yes.
And upon reflection, I think it's only fair that I put the proposition to you rather than reserve it for legal submission. And in honesty, it's not just a question of fairness to you, it's a question of how am I going to deal with it if the court says to me, well, you didn't put the version to the witness, therefore how can you accept it? For that reason, I will take you back there if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. Now, let's go back to that footnote of the report. As I understand it, you don't have a computer in front of you. My attorney will lend you hers.
Thank you.
I just want us to go back to the relevant footnote, which was footnote 64, if memory serves me well.
Sorry, Mr. Asibut, I just would like, because we're exchanging laptops and for safety reasons, I know I brought the sprayer here. I think just hand it over to them so that they can just spray before they swap the computers.
Is it sanitizer?
Right, you may proceed.
I'm indebted to the court. Thank you, Your Lordship. If you then scroll down all the way to footnote 64 of your report, it's page 25 of the actual report, not the case line reference. I don't know if Your Lordship has access to it.
I've got there. That's page
1800.
1800, yes.
Yes. You remember that we got to this footnote After I proposed to you that the data you claim to have relied on to create the graph in question was either a fabrication or it was unsupported by independent source. That was my proposition to you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember you proposing that it's a fabrication,
Yes.
but I do remember you questioning me about that particular source,
Yes.
seeming to suggest that I think what I understood from your line of questioning was that you were proposing that I was quoting myself or referencing myself as an authority, and therefore presumably it's not valid.
You
Something
could
to
be
that
right.
effect.
You could be right, and I'm being unfair to you. Then let me put the proposition to you. The source is either a fabrication or unsupported by any verifiable source. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I know for the purpose of a legal process, you have to cross-examine me and you can put certain propositions to me, but the notion or the idea that I somehow fabricated my sources, I find it very offensive.
Yes.
So no,
what's
I
your
did not
answer?
fabricate any source.
Is that now your answer?
Yes.
Okay. And I can just discard the prelude to the answer.
No, well, I think it's relevant that I take offense at the idea, at the accusation that my sources are fabricated.
Then I apologize.
Sure.
After our engagements yesterday and at the adjournment,
Well, there were two questions put to the witness. He's answered the question, the issue of fabrication.
yes,
There's also the issue about the authorities. I guess you want to give him the opportunity to answer that one also.
well, I could well do so, Your Lordship. As I understand the witness's answer is that he didn't hear me ask the second part, he dealt with the first part. And then I said, in fairness to him, then let me put the second part.
Okay.
So as I understand it, he dealt with the first part.
What's the answer to the authority?
Well, his answer, as I understood his evidence yesterday, is that he's relying on authority, and the authority is footnote
Oh.
64.
Okay.
So let's go to footnote 64. Footnote 64, you say, in putting together the graph, you made reference to data that was provided in a book by Herman D. and Van Zyl C., which was published in 2013.
Sorry, Mr. Kasi, but is this footnote 54 or 64?
It's 64, Your Lordship.
64.
64.
Okay, thank you. That's figures taken from Herman D.D. Van Zyl, 2013.
Indeed, Your Lordship. And the title of the book is, you'll forgive my pronunciation of the word, and as a matter of fact, you would think that I didn't start studying at a time the 1976 curriculum was still in place. I'm so terrible at the language, and I apologize. It's Treurgrond. Is that how it's pronounced?
Treurgrond, yes.
There you go. And that's the source you relied on for the graph. So I understood your evidence yesterday to be, you collected data from this source, you analyzed the data, and then you put together the graph. Is that not so?
Yes.
Yes. And then, pursuant to that, and at the adjournment of court yesterday, I asked of my attorney to correspond with your attorneys to get this book.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where my point was about submissions at a later stage. My view is that the book does not exist. And I'll tell you why. The book you refer to, I presume, is the same book that's sourced or referred to in your main book, Kill the Boer. Is that not so?
Yes?
Yes. Let's go there, actually. Let's go to the bibliography. And for the benefit of the court and the witness, the bibliography appears on page 385 of the book.
May I just ask for clarification?
Before we get there, Mr. Roets, just allow the court to get there.
I've got it, thank you.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that, are you saying that it's your proposition to me that the book Treurgrond does not exist?
No. My proposition to you is this. The book you've referenced in footnote 64 does not exist. Do you have a response to that?
Well, the book is on my shelf.
So the answer is yes, it does exist.
Yes.
Yes. Now, before we go to the bibliography, don't leave the page. I just want to confirm what 64 says. It says, from Herman D. and Van Zyl C. 2013, Treurgrond. What you have in the bibliography, if you go through the list alphabetically, you eventually get to Herman D., Van Zyl C., and Neovolt, compilers 2013.
Yes.
Is that the same book?
Yes.
Okay. It's probably an insignificant point, but I want to make the point about your referencing, which I spoke about yesterday. Does the reference under the bibliography correspond with the reference in the article, in the report?
It's a reference to the same book, but the reference in the bibliography is more comprehensive.
So it's not.
No, it is the same. It corresponds. It's just, unless I understand, maybe you can rephrase the question.
I will. I'm saying to you, the reference in the report has got, I'll pull up one example. The reference in the report has 2 authors. The one under the bibliography has got 3. Is that not so?
Yes.
Is it permissible, I mean, on your understanding, I mean, you're an accomplished student, I must say that. On your understanding of how referencing works, is it permissible to just leave out an author from a reference?
It's absolutely permissible. The point is that when you publish a report or a book, there are several different ways in which you can approach source references. The point is that you have to be consistent within your publication. So
Yes.
within the book, I have to be consistent in how I reference sources, and within the report, I have to be consistent. The source references in the book is more comprehensive, more
Yes.
comprehensively noted than the source references in the report.
So you accept that you left out an author, basically?
Actually, no. Mrs. Nieuwoud, I can explain to you her role.
No, answer my question first.
I'm not sure if she's an author of the book.
But you put her, you put her in the book, though.
Yes, that's what I want to explain to you.
Okay, let me understand before you explain to me. You've got a Mrs. Nieuwoud as an author in your book, and now you're saying on reflection she might not be an author. Is that what you're saying?
I know exactly what role she played in the writing of that book.
No, man, Mr. Roets, I'm not going to go away. Just answer my questions. Listen to my question and answer my questions. I'm saying to you, you've got a Mrs. Nieuwoud in the book as an author. Are
Yes.
you now saying she's not an author, yes or no?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you, I'm not sure if the role that she played in writing the book qualifies her as being an author or an editor. To the best of my mind, her name is not on the cover page of the book, as if memory serves me right. But given the big role that she played in writing the book, I felt that it was fair towards her to add her
Is that
name.
how we reference sources now? On a question of fairness?
No, you reference sources on a question of completeness and comprehensiveness.
Yes, and I'm saying to you, can you reference someone in a book simply because you think it's only fair that you
No,
reference them?
of course not.
But that's exactly what you've done.
No, that's not what I've done. You're misrepresenting me.
Okay.
My Lord, just on this question, it might just be fair to the witness to read out the way that the bibliography is drafted, so we don't concern ourselves with minor detail. There's in brackets the words compilers. So it says Herman D. van Zyl, C. and Nieuwoud, I, compilers. Also might be useful, we have a copy of the book digitally here, which can be uploaded on case lines. We can then refer to what the book looks like, and we can see how the book describes those authors, and then we can avoid this debate as to what the correct citation method ought to be in the circumstances.
Mr. Prosecutor?
The point I was making, Mr. Roets, is simply this. On just the textual reading, forget intentions and goodness of the heart. The report is not aligned, the report's reference is not aligned to the reference in the book on a purely textual reading of it.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I alluded to the fact that yesterday I'd asked of my attorney to contact your attorneys to ask for this book, because my version, and it remains that version, that this book does not exist. And in fairness to your attorneys, it could have been late in the day, because I think it was about 6 in the evening when I asked her to ask your attorneys for this text. And we're not provided with it yesterday. We only provided with it this morning. And there are two, prior to getting to that point.
Just on this point, could we clarify whether, from what I understand my learned friend's submission, he asked his attorney to refer to AfriForum's attorney? It's not clear whether AfriForum's attorneys received the requests last night. It might just be worth clarifying that.
Do you perhaps want to ask them? They're just to your left.
From what I understand, it's the second attorney who received the WhatsApp last night, but the book has been produced this morning.
My Lordship, I did not intend to impugn the other side. That was certainly not my intention, and I was getting to that point. But just for purposes of completeness, the text was sent at 1826 to what is now admitted as the second attorney, whatever that means. And we can confirm that he received the text because he responded to the text at 1828, 2 minutes after it was sent to him. And then he says he'll see what he can do and he'll get back. But that wasn't the point in any event.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I forgot to ask you, what's happening with the record? Okay, because yesterday there was a... No, that's fine. Yes. So, Mr. Kasiboto and Mr. Oppenheimer, I just something came to my mind that yesterday you requested the recording of the interim interlocutory complaint.
Yes.
And it just crossed my mind that it seems like nothing is coming through. I've
Yes.
just been told that the transcribers say that they are actually working on the transcription, so probably any other time they should value the record.
I'm grateful to your Lordship. There's no sense of immediate urgency,
Okay.
as and when it's available. I'm not pressing the court on it.
Okay. I'm not sure whether Mr. Oppenheimer heard what I said. It's about the transcript. It just crossed my mind now, and I asked my secretary as to what is happening. And she tells me that they say they are actually working as we speak. So anytime, and I was thinking more of the transcript which Mr. Kasiboto had requested in relation to the rescission. So just to give you a sense that that is being attended to.
I'm indebted to your lordship.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kasiboto, you can proceed.
As the court pleases. Where I was with you, Mr. Roets, and I apologize for the interruption. Where I was with you is the bibliography itself. And we're discussing the point that the reference to the text in question, the book in question, does not, on a purely textual reading of it, correlate with the report. And if I understand you correctly, you conceded to that point.
Yes, but I think that's perfectly normal.
I'm not asking for a qualification. I'm asking you whether you conceded. Yes. Now, outside of my attorney corresponding with your attorney asking for the text and having not received it yesterday, I then took it upon myself to contact your counsel. And I must apologize to him because it was probably sent at 4:35 in the morning, asking for this very text. He sends me the text, the book in question, which I now understand has been put on case lines.
Yes, on this basis, well, it might be useful for the court to have sight of that book. It is on case lines. It is on, I think it can be directed, it's now at 397. That is the front page of the book.
I've got it. Thank you. That's page 397.
Yes.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you.
And it's at the bottom of that page, it lists the authors. Yeah, described as compilers.
Yes, Mr. Kasiboto.
So, Your Lordship, I'm just waiting for the witness to receive or to have access to the document. My apologies, Your Lordship. We're struggling with connectivity. As soon as it's done.
Yeah, I noticed that connectivity seems to be very weak. I'm also battling to read.
Perhaps I'm also struggling. Perhaps let me connect to my Wi-Fi. If the court could just indulge me with a minute, just so I also have access to the document. Okay. Is your lordship at page 398? I might have directed you, I might not have. It's page 398.
Sorry, I was directed. Let me see if I can.
If you don't mind, your lordship, Mr. Roets, I recognize that there's some source you're consulting or texting. Do you mind letting the court know what that was about?
Yes, my lord, I have the copy of this book on my phone, given the fact that I looked at it this morning. So while you were busy, I was just looking at the book on my phone.
Why would you need to look at the book if it's in front of you and in the computer?
Because the book in the computer does not have the front page.
What do you mean it doesn't have the front page?
From what I see in front of me, it starts with the what do you call it, binnenblad, the first page on the inside. It doesn't have the cover page.
Why do you think it's necessary?
For completeness, to see what...
No. What was going to be my question to you? Why do you think you need to know what's in the first page?
I need to make sure if we're talking about the same book.
No. Your lordship, please direct client as to the conduct of a witness in a witness box fiddling with their phone.
Yes. Mr. Roets, you can only refer to materials that are outside what's presented before you with the permission of the court or with the request of your counsel. If you need to refer to any other material, you need to get permission to do so. And it needs to be cleared up with the counsel as to what that is and why you need to do that.
Thank you, my lord.
Your lordship, if you are so minded, I'm going to suggest that Mr. Roets' phone is not touched by the witness again, and that upon completion of this process, the phone is taken by either of the persons you designate. We go to your chambers, and with his permission, and if he doesn't grant the permission, we take the matter from there. I'm just asking for that directive that he not be allowed to touch his phone until we've spoken to your lordship.
My lord, I'm happy to safeguard the phone, and the witness doesn't have access to it.
Could we probably at this stage ask the witness maybe to hand the phone to the attorney?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you. Let me also just clarify one thing, Mr. Roets. You recall every time there's a break, I say you remain under oath and you can't discuss anything with any person without the permission of the court.
Yes.
What that principle broadly states is that it's not only talking verbally, it includes writing notes, it includes also communicating on the phone. You know, cell phones has complicated our lives because sometimes you're never sure what you're using the cell phone for. But that includes that. So in other words, you can't then get into texting and think that it means you are not communicating. Even if you go into your social, what you call it,
Yes.
the status, that is a form of communication. If you go into your status and you type something that's related to the case, that could amount to communicating whilst you're on the witness stand. Okay.
My lord, sorry, may I just ask clarification? Just correct me if I'm wrong. The way I understand the rule is I'm not allowed to communicate with my legal team about the case.
Yes.
I don't think the rule is that I'm not allowed to communicate with anyone.
It doesn't prohibit you from communicating with anyone except that your difficulty with that is who is that person? I don't think the rule would relate, for example, you get home, you communicate with your wife, you communicate with your children about what's going on in the case.
Yes.
But once the thin line is once you go to somebody who may, for example, be an expert, you may be crossing the line.
Okay,
You see what I mean?
I can assure you that that's not happening.
Okay. Now that's one I just wanted to clarify that's the broad perimeter
Yes.
of the rule. Thank you very much.
Just to be fair to you, Mr. Rhodes, I think there's a reason you asked that question. Why you wanted clarity on what the rule actually means. I think there's a reason to it. Let me ask you this. Is there a reason to it?
Yes.
Which is what?
Because I think that it would be a violation of my right to free speech if the rule were to have been that I am for several days not allowed to speak with anyone.
Yes. Could it be that you're speaking to someone now over your phone?
No, I'm not speaking with someone over my phone about that.
And you weren't speaking to anyone now?
You mean now while I was in the box?
No, I'm talking about the incident you're talking about, Mr. Rhodes. When you were at your phone, you were not communicating with anyone.
No, I wasn't communicating.
I'm happy with that. Now, let's go to the book.
So, Mr. Kasiboti, just before I forget, there was a question asked to the witness about Nivote. Is it Mrs. Nivote or Miss Nivote? And just help me if my memory serves me well. The question related to whether she wrote the book. And the witness answered. Now, I'm just now looking at the bibliography. I see in brackets there it's written Herman D. van Zyl, C. and Nivote, and I'm not sure that it's an I or IS in the initial, and then followed in brackets compilers.
Yes.
Couldn't recall what the answer of the witness was there, and I don't think this was actually brought to his attention.
No, sure, Your Lordship.
Okay.
My ultimate question was this, and I think that's what the court is probably concerned about. My ultimate question to the witness was, on a purely textual reading of the two references, in other words, what appears under footnote 64 of the report, on a purely textual level, let's not get into the technicalities of whether the book is the same or not. Let's start at a textual level. The reference in the report and the reference in the bibliography are not the same. I put that to the witness and the answer was yes.
No, I got that, but I think there was an earlier question
Yes.
to him as to whether Ms. Nivote is an author or not.
Yes.
And when he answered the question,
Yes.
maybe I'll find the answer. When he answered the question, I thought he said something to the effect that she may not be the author, or she may have been part of the compilers.
Yes.
Now, as I say, at that moment, I didn't see this, and I just see it now.
Yes.
That it actually, there's in brackets, the compilers.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And the point I'm making, Your Lordship, is the point I'm making is the last point I made. And it's building to further cross. At a purely textual level, the references are not the same.
No, that's fine, because the text and what's
No,
cited as the authors are two different things.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
No, absolutely, Your Lordship. And the point I'm going to make is the same reference that is made in the report is the exact same reference that is made in the book, and the references remain different. That's what I'm building up to.
Okay.
So, Mr. Roets, if you scroll down to page 398 of case lines, this is the book that was provided to me by your legal team and put on case lines as a corresponding reference to the report, the footnote 64. When I specifically asked for the book that's referred to in page 64, in footnote 64, this is what I was provided with. At page 398, if you go to the second paragraph Now, I've already disclosed my inaptitude with the language. So for the benefit of the court and the public, please read for me what it says there, and if you don't mind, translate that to English.
Paragraph,
It's the second paragraph at page 398, Your Lordship.
the one that starts with alle rechte voor behoog.
I'm so bad, I actually can't even hear you when you speak the language. It's at
Eerste uitgawe.
that one, Your Lordship.
Okay. Are you talking
Maybe
about the one with the,
read it to me, Mr. Roets?
it's if I'm correct, I think what you're referring to is the paragraph that says eerste uitgawe.
Yes, that one.
Yes. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Eerste uitgawe in 2011 deur Kraal Uitgewers. Tweede uitgawe bygewerk in 2012 deur Kraal Uitgewers.
Do you mind translating what that means?
It means first publication in 2011 by Kraal Publishers. Second publication, bygewerk would be completed or filled on. There was some additional work done. It's not just a repetition of the previous one.
Yes.
Published in 2012 by Kraal Publishers.
Yes. Now, I said to you that is the document I was given as the source for footnote 64. So, as I understand your testimony now, having translated, and we're grateful to you, having translated what that paragraph means, as I understand it, the book was published in 2012, the second edition at least.
That is what it appears to me as well.
And then when you go back to footnote 64.
Sorry, Mr. Kassim. You're saying the published in 2012, but it says eerste uitgawe 2011. I'm not sure I'm following.
So there was a first edition of the book,
Yes.
which was published in 2011.
Second edition.
And then there was a
2012.
second edition published in 2012.
Okay. So I don't understand the question. You're saying the publication was 2012.
I'm confirming the witness's evidence, Your Lordship. I haven't gotten to the question yet.
Okay.
So you confirm that the second publication was in 2012.
Yes.
And I'm saying to you, this document was provided to me as authority for footnote 64, which is spoken about. Let me read what footnote 64 says. It says, figures taken from Herman D. and Van Zyl, 2013. If you don't mind, we'll just take Your Lordship back to the Is Your Lordship back at footnote 64?
Let me accept. Yes, I have. Thank you.
What footnote 64 tells us is that the book was published in 2013. So it can't be that we talk.
Question. My learned friend puts to witness it was published in 2013. Might be fair to say that in brackets it has the date 2013. My learned friend might want to say that because it doesn't say published, and the date brackets can be used for a couple of things. The one is the date of a print of the book. So one can collect, a book can be published in first edition, let's say 2011, can then be reprinted every single year for 10 years. And the particular book that one has in hand would have a date in it. It doesn't necessarily refer to a publication date or an edition date, it can refer to a print date. So just to be fair to the witness, it must, if he wants to say what it says in brackets 2013. It doesn't say the edition is 2013.
Very well. I'm pretty sure you heard what your counsel said.
Yes.
Doesn't change the point. Doesn't change the point. The point is this. I specifically asked for the book that is being referred to in the report. And the report says the book has 2013, publication, edition, call it what you will. This is the document I was given. And then I'm taking you to the bibliography. What I have there is a reference to the same book with a different year. Do you accept that?
Yes, that's how it appears.
Yes, that's the point. Let's take the point further.
Just for clarity, is my learned friend's contention that he's been referred to a book with different publication years, or that it's different books? The request conveyed to me this morning was for a copy of the book. Now, I have many books in my library, some of which are duplicate books which have different
Your
years.
Lordship, evidence is being led again. At some point, this has to come to an end.
I just want to know what's being asked of us to present. In other words, if it was, do you have the 2013 edition of this book? That would be a different question. Do you have
Mr.
the book?
Oppenheimer, but the nature of the technicality, and this is an expert witness, I really urge you to note down these issues and let's clarify them in reply.
Yes.
Because I think you've noticed also I keep asking questions. But I think in fairness also to Mr. Kasiboto, let's allow him a bit of space. This is not a factual witness, this is an expert witness. So
yes.
The standard is slightly higher than if it was just a lay witness.
Yes, it's just there's a point of there's a request made.
The witness level of understanding and sophistication may require intervention at sometimes to guide and direct. But I think this question for me, and I'll rule that the question is straightforward and it's a question that the witness can help the court understand.
Yes, yes, no problem.
Thank you.
As the court pleases. I want to explore this point further, Mr. Roets. Again, after consultation with your legal team, and I specifically said this to them, I said, in fairness to your witness, I want to put it to him that this book does not exist and acknowledge receipt of that text. And having acknowledged that, they sent me this copy. And then the explanation I was given, perhaps let me start elsewhere. Let me start with, at the same page 385 of the bibliography, I've made reference to this 2013 version. But if you look immediately above that, the same authors appear, Herman D. and Van Zyl C. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes. And then it would appear that this, sorry, before I get there, you've confirmed Herman D. and Van Zyl C. are the same authors, and then you've got in brackets there 2011. Is that so?
Correct.
Sorry, Mr. Kasiboto, it's one author in one book and two authors in two books. You seem to be suggesting that the one above, where there are two authors, or am I looking, let me see. Yes, the first one is Herman D. and Van Zyl. The second one is D. Van Zyl and Nieuwhof. So it seems like the two different, the authors, one author serves in both, but the other author doesn't serve in both.
Let's take a step back, Your Lordship.
Yes.
I've taken the witness through the one reference in the bibliography that says Herman D., Van Zyl C., and Nieuwhof I. That we've dealt with momentarily. In other words, a couple of moments ago.
Yes.
I'm saying to the witness, now he must have reference to the reference immediately above, where it says Herman D and Van Zyl C,
Okay.
2011.
Okay.
That's where I'm taking the witness, Your Lordship. And you see, Mr. Roets, firstly, you did confirm that Herman D and Van Zyl C in both those references are the same people, not so?
Correct.
Yes. And you'll see in brackets in the reference now that I've just referred to, the one just above, it says 2011, does it not?
Yes.
Yes. Now, what I have been advised by your legal team is that these two books are the same. In other words, the one is a translation of the other. Is that so?
No, not entirely.
No. Okay. You're taking us in a different realm altogether now. Are you saying to me, the one book I referred to you earlier with the 2013 reference is a different book to the book that is cited as 2011? The one is not the translation of the other. Is that what you say? Let me be fair to you. That's the version of your legal team.
I can explain to you the difference between the two
Answer
books.
my question first. Are they the same book, yes or no?
It's
Is
not.
the one the translation of the other?
It's not.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
My lord, just the word same is being used in such an incredibly precise manner by my learned friend. It might be worth just giving the witness space to explain what same and different could mean. In other words, there's a sense in which things are clearly non-identical and that they have different words in them, one being different language. But my learned friend referred to same as 2012 and 2013 cannot be the same. One book can't exist. So maybe just a matter of letting the witness answer what the difference could be.
Mr. Kasiboto?
As a court, please. Mr. Roets, the proposition I'm putting to you is this. Upon corresponding with your legal team, their answer to me when I asked for this book is that we've got an Afrikaans version of the book, which is the book that's referred to in the report. And then the book was translated into English. And the English version is what appears in the 2011 edition. And I'm saying, are you denying that?
Maybe I misunderstood your question, because I think you said the Afrikaans version.
Forget what I said. Answer what I'm asking now.
But I have to know what you said to be able to answer what you're asking.
Fair enough. Let me ask again. I am saying to you, I asked your legal team to provide me with the text that is referred to in your report under footnote 64. They sent this book.
Yes?
And their explanation to me was, it's in Afrikaans, but there's an English version of it. I understand that to mean translation. And then I asked them, what's the English translation? They say, it's the same authors, but the title of the book is Land of Sorrow.
That's correct.
So it must be the same book.
It's correct, but there are differences between the books.
Is the one book the translation of the other?
It's explained. I read it to you earlier when you asked me to read that in a page. It's the word bygewerk is added. In other words, it's a translation, but it was extended. So there's more information in the one than in the other.
Okay. Is the English version a translation of the Afrikaans version?
No, it has less information.
Which one comes first?
Originally, there was, I believe, an Afrikaans and an English one. Then there was a second edition, which was extended and more comprehensive, which is only in Afrikaans.
Let me understand. You're saying, as you understand it, there was an Afrikaans and English version initially.
Yes.
So the word Groot, that book is the original version and it had an English version.
No. The one referred to here is the second version.
Which one?
Treurgrond.
Yes.
The first version was also called Treurgrond.
Yes.
But this source reference is a reference to the second version, not the first version.
Yes. So which version was accompanied by an English version?
The first version.
The first version.
Yes.
Yes. And was that Land of Sorrow?
Yes.
See, that's the difficulty. How can Land of Sorrow come up in 2011, which is a translation of a book that came up in 2013?
That's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Roets, your evidence before this court is that the Afrikaans version, Treurgrond, has two versions. First in 2011, second in 2013. And then you say to me one of them was accompanied by an English version. I ask you, which one was that? And your answer is what?
The first version.
Yes. And then I'm saying to you, how can the first version translate the second version?
It can't, and that's not what I'm suggesting. That's not what I'm saying. The second
How can a book in 2011, which is a translation of a book in 2013, come up at, how does that make logical sense?
How does what make logical sense?
There is a book in 2013, which is a translation, or rather the original version in Afrikaans. And then you have an English version, which is a translation of that coming up in 2011.
That's not what I'm saying. That it doesn't make logically sense.
Yes,
It's
okay. I
ludicrous.
wish to take the matter.
I'm not suggesting that that's what happened.
Yes,
The original book was published in 2011.
yes.
You seem to suggest that I'm saying that a book that was published in 2011 is a translation of a book that was published in 2013. I haven't said anything to that effect.
That's the difficulty, though, is it not? Because when I asked for the exact text that you're footnoting in 64, this is a book I was given. Now you're telling me, actually, the book that you're referring to is a 2011 one.
Mr. Kasibuko,
No, I'm not saying that.
shouldn't we give the witness an opportunity to explain? Because I think your question
sure.
is quite clear.
No, sure.
Now we're engaging in a debate with the witness. Let the witness explain what happened in the translation 2013 and 2011.
Perhaps, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Of course. Mr. Ross. Well, the judge's proposition is that I should allow you to explain what happened in terms of the different translations.
Okay? So I'll explain the dates as far as I remember them. I can go and check the detail if you want. But
So it could be right, it could be wrong.
I'm fairly sure it's right, but we can look. Remember, you're talking about a source reference that I wrote down 6 years ago while I was writing a book that has 1,000 source references. And
No, sure.
we're having an extended discussion about 1 out of 1,000 source references.
No, that's fair. I accept that. But what I'm asking is, so what you're going to say now could be right or could be wrong.
Well, let me explain it to you, and if there's an element of uncertainty that I have, I'll point out to you. I'm certain about this aspect.
Happy with that.
So there was a book that was published in 2011, of which there is an Afrikaans version and an English version. The English version is called Land of Sorrow. The Afrikaans version was called Treurgrond. The Afrikaans version is not available anymore. They're not printing it anymore. There are still some of the English versions available. What that book is a list. It's a list of names of incidents. It has dates and it says for example, this day in that year, this person was attacked on a farm. So the entire book, or most of the book, is a list of names and incidents. A paragraph explaining each incident. Then, after that book was published in 2011, I am aware of the fact that many people who have been victims of farm attacks contacted the publishers and said to them, I was also a victim and my name is not in the book. Or, for example, my father was murdered and his name is not in the book. So the publishers said, okay, let's do a second edition that is more comprehensive than the first edition. The second edition was only published in Afrikaans, and that book is called Treurgrond, the same as the first edition. As far as I'm pretty sure the book I have, it references the year 2013, but that's the aspect of which I am uncertain, so I can check that for you.
Okay, no, I'm happy with that. The point I was simply making, I mean, the sum total of what you've just said is it could be, could not be.
No, that's accurate. I'm just,
Okay.
if you want to ask me about the dates, I'll just have to go and look
No.
at the book that's lying on my desk.
No, I think that's fair.
But just for my clarity, you're saying the 2011 publication was in both English and Afrikaans. And subsequently, people then approached the publishers. They then published the second edition. The second edition was published only in Afrikaans.
That's correct.
But there seem to be also different contextually between the 2011
Yes.
and the subsequent edition.
Maybe I can answer that. That's correct. The second edition is more comprehensive in the sense that it has more information. I believe it also adds, for example, includes, for example, poems about the topic. Okay. So there's some other stuff. So the second book is much thicker and it's bigger than the first one.
Okay, thank you.
No, fair enough. Just as a last question of this, I've gotten what I wanted from this aspect. Just to wrap it up, you can confirm that the book that was provided to me, which was in front of you, makes no reference to 2013, does it?
I did not see a reference to 2013 in the page that you referred me to. That's correct.
Yeah. Let's move on from this aspect. Let's go to page 181 of your book.
Well, Mr. Kasiboto, shouldn't we take a break at this point?
My apologies, Your Lordship. Maybe it is an opportune time.
Okay, thank you very much. The court shall take a short adjournment. The court shall adjourn. You may proceed, Mr. Kasibola.
As the court pleases. Mr. Roets, let me be fair to you and just put this proposition to you bluntly. I alluded earlier on to my concerns about how your versions vary. And it's an important issue because you're an expert witness who, as a matter of principle, should be independent and not tailor their version simply because the shoe is pinching. Concessions where necessary must be made. And to be fair to you, I'll make an argument in closing, in due course, of course, about your credibility. And it's not just in relation to the book, it's also in relation to the oral evidence you've given here. And what I want to ask you, and I ask this in a very respectful manner, I promise you, do you have a propensity to misrepresent facts for convenience?
No.
Is this the first time you're hearing someone suggest that?
Well, we live in the era of social media, so I see people making accusations on social media all the time.
Yeah. Let me just point you to specific examples, at least as far as oral evidence is concerned. And this is to give you an opportunity to respond to my assertion that you're not a credible witness, at least not to the standard expected of an expert witness. Yesterday or the day before, you testified that Mr. Julius Malema has got a Facebook account. And your answer, when I initially put it to you that Mr. Malema will come here next week and testify that he's never had such an account, your answer to me was, well, I didn't put it in blunt terms. I did not leave out the possibility that, in fact, doesn't have such an account. And then I took you to the text, 3 instances in a space of 2 pages, where you definitively say, without qualification, that on Mr. Malema's account. Now, you can appreciate the difficulty with that. Once you then say, well, I'm not too sure, because then how are we to take your book? And then, at the point it became uncomfortable, your counsel stands up, and then he presents evidence in court about what a page is and what a profile is. And then suddenly, again, your version changes. That was one example. The second example is this. When we were dealing with the question of your contempt of court, you came to court and the question was put to you, did you take the photo? What was your answer?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know what your counsel's version was before you said yes?
Lord, I'm not a witness in this matter. What I conveyed to my learned friend was that I had been initially informed by my attorney that he had used his phone not for the purpose of that. It was then later conveyed that a photograph had been taken. I just want to assess, in other words, the witness has been consistent. When asked by your lordship what had happened, I said the witness is best placed. We're in a situation where I have one attorney here, another attorney there. I didn't see the incident. So this doesn't go to the credibility of the witness. This goes to a statement made by me.
Mr. Kasibola?
Just on a point of correction, your lordship, the answer was not given to me, it was given to court. Counsel for Mr. Roets stood, for AfriForum rather, stood here and said, I received instructions from my attorney, speaking to the court, not me. I've received instruction from my attorney that Mr. Roets was indeed on the phone, but he didn't take any photo. That is on record. It's not evidence before me, it's before this court. The witness is then called and is asked, did you take a photo? And his answer is yes. Now, as to whether he's the one who's misrepresenting or is, in fact, we could call the attorney if it gets to that, as to where he got that version from. All I'm simply saying is there's inconsistency. I would rather we didn't go to a point where we call the attorney to come and testify about the version he gave the counsel. All I'm simply saying is there's that inconsistency. And I ideally want to reserve it for closing argument rather than calling a colleague to come and take a stand about something that appears incredible. That's the point I'm simply making, Your Lordship.
Okay. Thank you. I'll permit the question to be put to the witness. The witness can explain. Thank you. Proceed.
So you accept on my version, which is the testimony before this court, that your counsel gave a version to this court on the instruction of your attorney that you had your cell phone, but you took no pictures, when the court has specifically said, please respect the privilege and the privacy of my clients when they're consulting with me. And the version we're given is that you took no photo. And your counsel says that was the instruction from the attorney. I will not be unfair to you and ask you where did the attorney get that version from. I'm just putting it as a proposition. And then you take the stand, and the same question is put to you for one reason or the other. You then say, yes, I in fact did. The point I'm making is the evidence that relates to you specifically chops and changes, and quite frequently.
My Lord, that's unfair. The evidence led by Mr. Roets is entirely consistent. The inconsistencies between a statement I made to the court and a statement made by Mr. Roets to the court. So it's unfair for my learned friend to say that he is being inconsistent.
Yes. Well, Mr. Kasibota, I think it's a fair point because
Yes.
what you are doing now, you are saying to him, that version which was presented by counsel, it's your version.
Yes.
When in fact, he never said, I
Yes.
told my counsel or I told my attorney. If there was evidence to that effect,
Yes.
then your proposition that his versions are inconsistent would probably stand.
Yes.
But here, he simply says, I'm in the witness box. This is what I'm telling you. My counsel said this. I don't see any
Yes.
conflict or inconsistency between the two.
No, absolutely. What I will submit to your lordship, and of course it's probably better placed once we deal with the question of contempt again. The simple proposition I was making is, this is evidence that relates to Mr. Roets. Be it by a third party, be it by himself, there's always inconsistencies, or by and large, to be fair, there are these inconsistencies. And I'll sum up the point in my legal submissions. The point I
Well,
think
shouldn't
is
you, if you wish to deal with that at this stage, shouldn't
Yes.
you put it to him
Yes.
that your version and the version put to the court by your counsel are in conflict with each other? And that, for me, it's, well, consequence of that would be inconsistency.
Yes.
But for the witness, what he's responsible to deal with
Yes.
is there is a version put by your counsel, there is your version. These two versions, how do you reconcile them? I think, in fairness to him, that's
No,
how-
that's fair. Your lordship, the difficulty with that, and I'm happy to do it, and perhaps we should do that. I did not want to go there because what that means is now I have to call my colleague who supposedly told my learned friend, who's counsel, that the instructions from the client are that he did not take any pictures. So ultimately, instruction means what my client told me is this. That's what instruction means. And I think for the benefit of the public, that must be understood. When someone says, I've taken instruction, they're saying, my client says.
Well, I'm not sure whether the fairness to the witness, then there's a detraction from the need to be fair to the witness.
Yes.
Because the question of whether you're going to call the attorney or not,
Yes.
that's a decision you need to make. But I'm not sure whether fairness would then say a witness must be left in a situation where
No, fair.
he can't deal with the situation because it's not, we don't know as we sit now
Okay.
where these instructions came from.
Yes.
There could be very other
Sure.
sources from where the attorney took the instructions from. So I still think it would be wise to give the witness an opportunity to deal with the two,
Sure.
and also not to then say to him, you are inconsistent in regard to that issue.
No, I accept that, Your Lordship. Then perhaps let's go there. Mr. Roets, your testimony to this court is that you indeed used your phone to take photos. Is that so?
Yes.
What was put to this court by your counsel is that he took instructions from his attorney, and the instructions are you did not take a photo. Do you know about that evidence?
No.
Okay. I'm putting it to you now that your counsel stood in court yesterday, said I've taken instructions, and the instructions are Mr. Roets indeed had his phone, but he did not take any picture. Do you want to contest that?
I cannot, I can sound like a politician and say I cannot confirm nor deny. It's just because I did not hear the statement. So I cannot say it's true, I cannot say that it's not true.
Were you in court?
Yes.
Okay. I'm putting it to you, that's what your counsel submitted to this court, and you say
My Lord,
you didn't hear.
My Lord, it might be just fair. I understand there is a running record. To know exactly what it is that I said to the court, at some juncture I said to the court, I'm not best placed to say what occurred, and I said the witness must state. I said, but there may be, in other words, in the back and forth of what was being asked of me, that might best be placed on the record. In other words, what the phone was used, what my instruction was. It might be fair for my own friend to deal with it on that basis. But I'll also say that the inconsistency could only be between something I've said and what Mr. Roets has said. But if there is a record that states what I've said, that should be put to the witness.
Yeah.
Well, does it necessarily require the record? Because I think what's been put to the witness, testing the version, the two versions. So I don't see and I don't see the need to replay it, because I don't think there's a dispute that counsel did actually make a presentation that this is what actually happened. In fact, I recall very well, I'm trying to get to my notes. I know I noted it in my notes that the counsel said the witness had the phone in his hand. And if I'm not incorrect, the impression built was that he was just holding the phone. He didn't use it to communicate or do anything. I can't recall quite well, and I would have liked to get to my notes whether the issue of photos was actually raised. But give me 1 second, let me see if I can get to my notes. Yes, I have it here. That's how the technology squeak. Use the phone. I've summarized it as
Your Lordship, sorry to interrupt you. Perhaps this might help. I don't know how it would work properly and whether it fits within the decorum of court processes. What I do have in my phone is the exact statement that was made by counsel for the complainant. Perhaps then what we could do is organize a way, perhaps approach the bench, have everyone present, everyone relevant present, to see the actual footage of what was being said by counsel.
How fundamental is this issue to this matter?
It's very fundamental, Your Lordship, when you speak of the issue of credibility.
Okay.
Because my suggestion is this. The instruction must have come from Mr. Roets that he didn't take the picture.
Look, I know, but I'm just saying in terms of time, and we may want to visit it. If it comes out that my notes are not of any help, I've got them. I've got it. Follow the following line: use of the phone by Mr. Roets. Did take out the phone and did take, no, that's when he was actually answering in cross-examination, was sitting at the back and took out the phone and looked at the photos. That's when he said he was preparing to see the people as they walked into the court. Yes, he says the purpose of taking the photos was to compare. Yes, counsel for the applicant, the issue of the phone, had the phone in his hand, no photos taken. That's what I have in my summary.
Yeah, my lord, I think it might be a simple way to resolve it, which is, from what I understand, there is no inconsistency with the witness. If there is any inconsistency between what I present to the court and what the witnesses present to the court, that will be on a transcript, and that can be dealt with in argument. So I submit there's no need for us to pause the proceedings.
Yes, that's the point I'm trying to make, to say, as far as I see this, all these things transpired in the court. Now, you're entitled to put to the witness. I think the only difference is putting to the witness that you are inconsistent in as far as the question of the use of the phone is concerned, and you contrast that with what counsel said. I think you're entitled to put that to him, and in my view, that's an issue that can be dealt with in argument, to say, we put it to the witness that this is what his counsel did, and of course, as I said, it's up to you to then, I don't know whether you or Mr. Oppenheimer to then decide whether you want to call the attorney in relation to the statement about the use of the phone.
Yes, Your Lordship. I'll take your direction, Your Lordship, but I must make the point that all I'm getting at is, and which is a question I would have asked eventually, Mr. Roets, did you instruct your attorney that you did not use your phone for purposes of taking a photo? That's where I was going.
Well,
and I think that's a fair question.
Proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Roets, did you instruct your attorney to the effect that you used your phone, but you took no pictures?
No.
Then let's move on. Let's go to page 181 of your book. Is Your Lordship with us?
Just give me 1 second, please. Thank you. Yes, give me the page again.
It's page 181 of the fiscal book.
Of the fiscal, okay, 181.
Yeah.
Right, I'm there.
Mr. Roets, the second last paragraph of that page starts with your comment under chapter 13, titled Labor, or rather Land and Labor. You say in April 2018, Deputy President David Mabuza made it clear that the ANC regarded land reform as a racial matter when he threatened that there will be a, open quote, violent takeover, close quote, if white people did not agree to volunteer some of their land. Mabuza quoted fabricated statistics that, quote, 80% of the land was in the hands of a few, close quote, and stated that, open quote again, the land will come back, do not despair, close quote. There are, however, three major problems with the ANC's stance on land reform. The first is that it is based on a flawed perception of history. Let's stop there. I gather you followed the reading and you understand what you're capturing there.
Yes.
When you say this whole idea of land reform is premised on a flawed perception of history, is that reference to the claims that Europeans upon arrival forcefully dispossessed persons that were in South Africa at the time? Is that the proposition?
Yes, that's part of the answer.
Okay. And you say the second reason why the ANC's policy on land reform is flawed is that there is no real hunger for land. In fact, the vast majority of black people in South Africa have no interest of owning agricultural land. You remember that?
Yes.
And you qualified it, to be fair to you, you qualified that.
Yes.
And your qualification came under the heading, no hunger for land, which appears on the same page 182. One of the qualifications you give is on page 183. On the fourth paragraph, where it starts with, this is also evident. And if you skip the first two sentences, you say, the reason you say black people, I want to quote your words. The reason you say, in fact, the vast majority of black people in South Africa have no interest of owning agricultural land is, the evidence for that is, from 2000 to 2015, the population of so-called black Africans in Johannesburg increased by 76.7%. The corresponding number for Cape Town is 122.4%, and for Pretoria, 71.6%. You can confirm that.
I can confirm that that is what I wrote, but not that that's the only explanation.
No, of course, I'm just pulling out one, and I'm pretty sure my learned friend, if he feels I'm being unjust to you in re-examination, is going to take you through the same exercise. I just want to focus on what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Now, to understand the logic and put these pieces together, the land reform policy of the ANC is flawed because it is built on an idea of redistributing and reforming land justice. It is flawed because the people that they want to implement this policy for actually don't, in general terms, want agricultural land. And the reason you say that is because, by and large, they're moving to urban areas that you've referred to. Is that a fair summation of the argument?
Yes, except as I said in my previous answer, it's not the reason is the following, it's one of the reasons is the following.
No, for sure. And I think you're right. And I'm saying to you, my learned friend will take you through that. I mean, you also make the point in the paragraph immediately above, the notion of large-scale hunger for land is a myth, and then you quote statistics there. And let me be fair to you. Let me actually take you there. I think it's only fair. You say in the paragraph immediately above, notwithstanding the fact that the figures of white land ownership provided by Mbili are inflated, at least 34.5% of all land in South Africa and 26.7% of agricultural land are black-owned. The problem is, therefore, that South African government is dedicating to reducing the amount of land owned by white people. While it is not regarded as a priority, by the majority of the black people. So that's one of the reasons you give. So we get the idea. Now I'm saying to you, you're saying the idea, the policy formulation of the ANC to land reform is flawed because by and large, black people are not interested in agricultural land. That's what you say.
Yes.
That's the point I'm trying to get
Sure.
to. Now, let me ask you this. Do you know why black people migrate to urban areas?
I believe there could be various reasons for that.
Yes. What are they?
Well, one of the most significant reasons would be that there are more job opportunities in urban
Sorry,
areas.
just speak a little bit louder. One of the reasons, speak a bit louder.
That there are more job opportunities in urban areas.
So in essence, it has nothing to do with the fact that they actually don't want the land. It's a question of opportunities, is it not?
Well, people tend to go where there are opportunities. People tend to want to go where there are more opportunities. So the
Yes.
two are linked in a way, but it's broader than that.
No, but let's answer my question first, and I'll allow you to qualify. Based on the answer you've given me, by and large, black people migrate to urban cities not because they don't want agricultural land, but simply because there are opportunities there. Is that not so?
Well, I believe a significant part of the answer is that people are moving to urban areas because they want to move to urban areas.
There is that shift again.
I think you're accusing me of shifting because I'm not giving the answer that you want me to give.
Maybe I am. Then let's try again. I asked you the question, do you know why black people move from agricultural land and agricultural space to the urban areas? What was your answer?
I answered that a significant part of the explanation is that there are more job opportunities in cities.
Yes. So by and large, they move to urban areas purely, or rather mainly because of the opportunities.
Yes.
Then it can't be a fair conclusion that they are moving to cities by and large because they have no interest in the agricultural land. Surely that's the logical flow.
Well, yes, if you exclusively look at that
Yes.
one statistic and not to the bigger picture.
And that statistic is, to use your word, largely. It's not the total
No,
amount
I'm
of them,
talking about a
it's
different
large.
statistic. I'm talking about the statistic of urbanization, which is one out of many statistics.
Yes. But you're saying by and large, people move to urban cities for opportunities.
Yes.
Yes. So it can't be fair. That is a general proposition. They don't want land because they want to be in urban areas, as if there's no underlying reason for it.
Well, I think the problem here is I list a variety of reasons why I'm saying, to motivate my conclusion, that the hunger for agricultural land is a myth. And we are now discussing one out of many of these reasons why I reached this conclusion.
But I'm entitled to, Mr. Roets.
Yes, but it creates a misrepresentation of what I'm
Well,
saying.
that's for counsel to fix. Answer what I'm asking you. And if he feels I'm being unjust, in re-examination, he's going to put that to you. I'm focusing on what I want to focus on. And what I
Sure.
want to focus on are these two stats that I've read.
If you exclusively read that one statistic, as we are doing now, then I believe there are still many unanswered questions or many things that have not been sufficiently explained.
Okay, let's go to the exercise you want. So I take it that you're saying, on the examples I've given you, the conclusion can't be correct.
It
That
could
black
be.
people move to urban areas simply because they don't want agricultural land. Just premised on the two examples I've given you, that can't be correct.
Yes.
Yes. Let me be fair to you. Then let's keep going. You've given, on my understanding, 4 reasons. The first is the issue of large-scale hunger land is a myth. You quoted statistics, and I've read that already. The second is that black people do not, or generally don't have an interest in agricultural land / farming land because in large numbers, and you've quoted them, are migrating to urban cities. The third reason you give is this. With regard to the intention to enter agriculture, Statistics South Africa, Stats SA, found that only 2.8% of all university students enrolled to study agriculture, agricultural science, and similar courses. That's what you say. That's the third premise.
It's not the third, but I think it's the fourth. But yes, that's what I said.
It could be the fourth. I apologize. Yes. And this, I presume, has nothing to do with race because you say all students. Is that so?
Yes, correct.
Because my focus is on the race dynamic. It's precisely for that reason that I found this to be irrelevant. I'm focusing on the race dynamic of the issue.
Sure.
And then the next reason you give is that furthermore, when the Institute of Race Relations surveyed South Africans and asked them what they believed had to be done to improve their lives, a mere 1% indicated that they believed that the land reform would improve. Again, there's no race element there, is there?
Yes, not the way it's framed here.
Yes. So that was the point to not taking you there because it does not assist me in terms of the proposition I want to put. So now we can accept, bearing in mind the proposition I want to put and that the race dynamic of the issue is important, then I am entitled to limit myself to the examples I've given you. Not so.
No, I think it's a wrong conclusion.
Very well. I mean, sorry, do you want to explain that?
Well, firstly, this particular report goes into more detail in terms of race relations and the hunger for land. But furthermore, we're talking about 1%. Remember that we can go and look up the most recent Statistics South Africa data on demographics in South Africa and say that Black Africans constitute something like, let's say, 75% of the population.
Yeah.
So if you say, well, only 1% of people in South Africa think this is this would improve their lives.
Yes.
You cannot say this is irrelevant because it doesn't mention race.
Yes.
Because if Black people in a large majority said that they think this would improve their lives, this number would not be 1% of the people of South Africa.
Okay. Just to sum up the proposition I made and what I understand your answer to have been, is that you find the idea of land reform to be a misinformed idea, mainly because there's a distortion of history. And when I put the question to you, you said it is a myth that the Europeans forcefully took land from people that they found in the country.
I didn't say that.
I wrote it down. I literally read this to you the first time.
I can guarantee to you 100% I did not say
sorry,
that.
let's hear, yes.
Undoubtedly, my learned friend did not put that phrase, it is a myth, to the witness. This will be on a transcript, but that's not the phrase that was used.
I went further. I read a second phrase and I said the notion of large-scale hunger for land is a myth. Is that in your book? Page 183, the third paragraph. The notion of large-scale hunger for land is a myth.
Yes, but you're only reading part of the sentence.
At least with regard to rural agricultural land.
Yes.
But that's what we're talking about, agricultural land.
Yes.
Yes. And then you say the second reason why the policy on land reform is flawed is that there is no real hunger for land, because the vast majority of Black people in South Africa have no interest in owning agricultural land. And then you quote the statistics that I referred to, and you said one of the main reasons Black people actually move to urban areas because of opportunities. Yes, you confirm that version.
Yes.
Yes. Let's move on. Linked to what we've just discussed now, You criticize the whole idea of land reform, and I think it is common cause, and there can be no dispute in this regard, that one of the founding, my client is going to be so disappointed that I don't know what they call it, but one of the cardinal pillars of the EFF is the question of land reform.
Yes.
And on your logic, the whole premise of the EFF is flawed. Is that not so?
Yes.
Yes. What then that suggests to me is, until someone reads your book and your statistics, they can't form an ideology of land reform because it's flawed. One must have regard to your stats and your argument before they can embark on a political agenda in relation to land reform. Is that not so?
Yes, well, it's not about my stats or my argument. It's about being in touch with reality, regardless of whether it's me saying it or someone else saying it.
So the essence of what you're saying is the EFF is not in touch with reality.
Yes.
Yes. Let's take that further. You said the whole premise of the EFF is flawed because of the reasons you've given. And I put it to you that the EFF would have formed its ideology on the basis of the constituency that it represents. Can you accept that?
Yeah.
Yes. And what that entails is a consultative process with the constituency. And that's a proposition, not a question. And out of that consultative process would be the aspirations and the wishes and the interests of that constituency. And that would be reflected in the ideology of the EFF. So to take your argument to its logical conclusion, the entirety of the constituents of the EFF has a flawed perception about land. Is that the proposition?
No.
Explain to me.
I don't think, to my mind and in my experience, the process of representing a constituency doesn't entirely work the way it was described now. The way it works in practice, to a very large extent, is that the leadership of...
I'm so sorry to do this to you. So we're not discussing in principle, I'm talking about the EFF particularly.
Okay, let's talk about the EFF then in particular.
Yes.
I think it is not so much an issue of the membership dictating policy as it is the leadership determining policy. Yes, it goes both ways, but I think the role that the leadership plays in determining a party's policy is generally underestimated. And to answer your question more precisely, the point is not so much that it is the membership of the EFF that is disconnected with reality. It could be that, but the point is rather that it is the leadership of the EFF.
I am telling you for a fact, and again, Mr. Malema, when he eventually comes here, is going to attest to say, because I've taken instructions on it. I am saying to you, the EFF runs its program in a structured manner. Conferences and processes, consultative ones with their constituents, undertaken. Resolutions are taken, and those are reflected in the ideology of the EFF. I'm saying, do you have any evidence to discredit what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I think that's completely oversimplified. I can explain why.
Please.
If the EFF, imagine this, if the EFF were to have a national conference and the membership of the EFF were to propose that the EFF builds a statue to commemorate Jan van Riebeeck, Mr. Julius Malema would not do that. He's not simply a person who's waiting for commands given by his
But how do you
his
know
supporters. Because he's a leader.
So,
A leader is not simply who just waits for people to tell him what to do.
as a general principle or in relation to Mr. Malema?
As a general principle and in relation to Mr. Malema.
How do you know this?
Because you can see it.
Very well. In your evidence in chief, you say you cannot comment on the song that is the subject matter here, insofar as it relates to pre-1990/94. So the evidence you gave is that you are not an expert on the song insofar as pre-94 is concerned, but you will comment about what it means post-94. That was your evidence.
Yes.
So you don't understand the origins of the song, do you?
I wouldn't say that I don't understand it, but I would say I'm not an expert on the topic.
Yes. And by extension, you don't understand its original nuances and its intentions, do you?
Again, I wouldn't say that I don't understand it, but I would say that I'm not an expert on the topic.
Well, everyone has an opinion about what it means. I'm talking to you as an expert witness, Mr. Roets. I'm saying to you, as an expert, you have no knowledge or understanding of the song at its core and its origination. That's the proposition I'm putting to you.
I think if the point is that if you're not an expert on something, then you know absolutely nothing about it, then
No,
I'm
it's
going
not.
to disagree with you.
It's not. Let me say it again. As an expert, testifying here on behalf of AfriForum, firstly, you do not know the underpinnings of the song because they predate 1994, and you've testified that you have no opinion in that regard because, at least as far as being an expert is concerned, then you can't know its foundations.
Yes.
You can't know its philosophy. You can't know its origination and what it intended to achieve. Not so.
No, I think you're presenting two different things to me at the same time. And the answer to the one is yes, and the answer to the one is no.
Okay.
I do know quite a bit about the song and its origins, but I'm not an expert on the topic. That's
So
the
you
answer.
can't comment on it, can you?
I
as
can
an
comment
expert?
on it, but I'm not an expert on it.
No, hold on. I'm saying at this point, you are here as an expert witness. You can't comment on it.
I would not testify as an expert on that, no.
Yes. So as an expert, you do not know the origins and the philosophy of the song.
Again, I disagree with the way you are framing the sentence because you're saying I do not know.
Questions. The origins and philosophy clearly mean different things. Mr. Roets may not be able to speak on the one and not the other, and if they could just be separated out into two distinct questions.
I think that's fair, Your Lordship.
Okay.
As an expert sitting here now, not in general terms, as an expert sitting here now, you cannot attest to the origins of the song.
I agree.
Sorry, what's the answer?
I agree.
As an expert sitting here today, you cannot attest to the philosophy of the song.
I agree.
Yes. With that being said, let's go to page 194 of your book.
$190?
194, Your Lordship. The heading there is Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer. If you go down to the third paragraph, where it starts with the words on 17 April 1993, you go to the second sentence that starts with the slogan. It says the slogan, it should be Duwula Ipun. I presume that's what you meant.
No, I don't think so.
Well, there's no such a song though, Mr. Roets. There's no such a song called Bulula.
I'm not calling it a song. I'm calling it a slogan.
Yeah, slogan. There's no such a slogan. The slogan is Dubula Ipun.
That's a song.
Yes. So
I'm saying the slogan Bulala Amabunu was used.
Yes.
So in other words, there was an event and someone said Bulula Amabunu.
Bulula is not a word, Mr. Ross. That's what I'm saying to you.
Well, that might be so.
Okay. In your favor, let's assume that was the intention, Bulala Mabun, which for the benefit of the court and the public, Bulula, which ought to be Bulala, means kill. So the slogan translated to English would be the slogan, kill the Boer, which is the English translation that's eventually given, was used. The song had been a popular song of the ANC and its military wing, Umkhonto Wesizwe, MK, in its armed struggle against the white minority government. The proposition is this. At this point, Mr. Malema was not involved, nor, let me put it this way, he can't have conceptualized the idea of the slogan or the song, Kill the Boer. Can you accept it?
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness, Your Lordship.
Right, re-examination. Do you want a moment to just...
my lord, I might need another moment after I've asked some questions if my attorney wants to add anything in.
Okay.
But I intend on being brief. Mr. Roets, if I could ask you about Kraal Publishers. Do you have an indication of how many different books Kraal Publishers would publish?
No, I don't know. Dozens of books, I'm guessing.
And what are the... Is there...
Your Lordship,
let's wait for
I'm
this.
interrupting you. I'm sorry. For the benefit of the public and perhaps the reporter, can you just have a moment for the media to move the cameras to Mr. Oppenheim?
Okay. Okay, I think we can proceed. Yes, Mr. Oppenheimer.
Sorry, the question I'll ask just for the sake of the microphones is if you have an idea in some terms about the number of books that Kraal Publishers will publish.
Yes, I'm not certain how many books Kraal Publishers have published, but I would guess that it would be dozens of books.
And do you have an idea of the types of books that we publish by the publisher?
Yes, it's largely books that have to do with history in some form, and to some extent, to a lesser extent, also current affairs.
If I can ask you, you were talking about different referencing methods, and you stated earlier that, as far as you understand the protocol, is that within a particular work, like a journal article or a book, one must be consistent in the referencing style. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there different kinds of referencing styles that would be acceptable to use across platforms?
Yes, I mean, there's the Oxford style, there's the Harvard style, and there are many others. You don't even have to stick to either of them. You can develop your own style as long as you are consistent, so that the reader understands it so that the reader can compare the sources.
Yes. It was put to you that the book Treegrond does not exist. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I have copies of the book, both editions, at my house and at my office. And
Yes.
I've read the book.
And the book that has been uploaded onto Case Lines, is that the Afrikaans second edition version of that book?
Yes. The book is also, I might add, is also available to purchase through the publisher's website.
If I can ask you about the section in your book that refers to a supporter of Mr. Malema making a statement, making a statement on Mr. Malema's Facebook page. Could you explain what that means?
Well, what it means that there was a Facebook page that had a picture of Mr. Malema as a profile, as a picture, a profile picture, even though it was a page, not a profile. And the page was entitled Julius Malema. And the people commenting on the page and posting things on the page were not Mr. Malema himself, but people who identify as supporters of Mr. Malema.
And then, what was the purpose then of referring to that extract in the book?
The purpose of that extract is not to attribute a comment to Mr. Malema. I believe that that's quite clear in the book. The purpose of that section of the book is to indicate that people who publicly call themselves supporters of Julius Malema are going onto social media saying that they are supporters of Mr. Malema, and then also saying that farmers need to be killed. And they say this in response to a controversy regarding, at that stage, the song Dubula Ibunu.
If I can ask you about to return to the question around citation methodology, what is your process when you write a citation for a book or an article?
Yes, so we have, at AfriForum, we have language practitioners who would have done that report that was published. And this is probably an important point to mention, that the report was done by a different language practitioner than the language practitioner who did the book. The report is a report by AfriForum. So that report was drafted, and the citation was dealt with according to AfriForum's style of citation. The book was published by a publisher, and even though the publisher is linked to AfriForum or has ties with AfriForum in terms of ownership, a language practitioner who is not part of AfriForum's what we call language bureau or language office did the translation, or not the translation, the proofreading for the book. So it was two different offices, you could say, that did the book and the report. And also in terms of your question, my style or approach has always been to decide on a particular style when writing something like this. to write it as best as I possibly can, knowing that I'm not a language expert and that I will make mistakes in the writing process. And then I hand it over to a language practitioner to look for spelling mistakes, typing mistakes, language errors in any case, and particularly to make sure that the footnotes and source references are used consistently. In this particular case, I do not remember the detail. As I said, it was 6 years ago, but I do remember that there was a discussion about what would the appropriate way be to reference this particular book.
If I can ask you about your role as an expert. Have you endeavored to be honest in the writing of this book?
Yes, absolutely.
And in your presentation of your evidence to this court?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you distorted any of the evidence in this book or in your testimony to further any of your personal interests?
No, in fact, I have presented the facts potentially to my own detriment in my testimony today.
Have you, if there are areas where you are not sure about your expertise, what approach have you taken?
I would say I'm not an expert on this topic.
Would you describe your book as one of the most comprehensive books on the topic of farm attacks and hate speech and their connection?
Yes, I would go further to say that, to the best of my knowledge, it is the most comprehensive book, not one of the most comprehensive books.
Do you think that you are an appropriate expert in this case?
Yes, I do.
My Lord, I have no further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you very much. You're excused, Mr. Roets.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
My Lord, I think it's a good juncture to take the lunch break. I have a witness, Mr. Henny Human, who will testify after lunch.
Is it the factual witness or an expert?
Expert witness.
An expert witness.
Yes.
And just give me a sense, how long is the expert going to take?
I imagine that my evidence in chief will be in the region of an hour.
Okay.
The hope is to finish with that evidence today in its entirety.
And then you'll have one factual witness.
Two factual witnesses and one further expert. The intention is to call the factual witnesses on Monday, the expert on the Tuesday, and that affords, from discussions I've had with my learned friend, them 3 days to call their two witnesses, being Mr. Malema and their expert witness, Professor Ghana.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's then adjourn for lunch. The court shall adjourn. Are we ready?
Yes, my lord. I beg leave to call Mr. Henny Human.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Unless you have an objection, you can take the mask off.
Yes, I will do
I
it.
think
Thank you, sir.
we're far away from each other. We should be safe in the circumstances.
Thank you, sir.
Can you give us your full names for the record?
I'm Hendrik Pieters Human.
Thank you very much. How do you spell human? Human.
N-A, like human being.
Thank you very much. Now, do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, sir.
So what you're saying is that the evidence you're about to give to this court is the truth, nothing but the truth, and if so, could you raise your right hand and say, so help me God?
So help me God.
Thank you very much. If you wish to be seated, you may be seated.
Mr. Human, could you please take us through your qualifications?
Thank you. I'm a qualified pastor in the Dutch Reformed Church, and I had a BA degree in theology as well as a BD degree, and that's total to the amount of 7 years. And I'm an ordained minister of the church, and I'm also qualified as a specialist pastoral counselor of the people that I belong to is the CPSA, that's the Council for Pastoral and Spiritual Care Counselors, and I'm a special counselor in the category 6. I've been in the ministry for quite some time, and it total up to the amount of 37 years that I've been in the ministry, but also currently working with counseling. So my counseling skills come from that.
Could you tell the court about some of your history as a counsellor, what kind of work you have performed?
Yes, I think I've started off as a young man, and one of the extremes that I can mention, extreme incidents of trauma that I went through and were part of, helping and in the team as a team member as well as a counselor, was the first one was in 83 with the church bomb in Church Street. To remember, that's years ago, and that was my first one. The second one was then I went to Sonderwater, and there was a lot of uprising in the prison at that stage. If I can remember that correctly, it was the Standard Bend gangsters who escaped, and there was a lot of fighting and aeroplanes and helicopters, and then I counseled some of the people that were involved in that. Also in prison, when it comes to our trauma counseling, it was also the gangster uprising in Sonderwater prison. It was the one in Modderby, where I was part of a team, but also otherwise. And then also in Vereniging, that was the areas that I worked in Vereniging. There was people that, ex-prisoners that came from the court, used a hand grenade, which they smuggled into the prison. And then there was a lot of issues that went on. And I also counseled them. So there's the history of it is I've been involved with a lot of trauma counseling over the years, yeah.
So you said that you were a chaplain in correctional services from 1989 to 2003, is that correct?
Yes.
And who would you be counseling during that time?
Yeah, there are different counseling people that we counseled. It was those people who were gangsters. Then there were also the normal counseling for people of prisoners, ex-prisoners, helping them and assist them, the family of prisoners. So that's where I started being much involved with violent crimes and helping and assisting people in that regard. I remember at one stage, it's a couple of years ago, we have started in correctional services also as part of the restorative justice program. We started the victim offender mediation, which formed part still of the counseling of offenders.
You stated that it was a reconciliation program. What is involved in that program?
Yeah, that program was to help and assist offenders and victims of crime to understand what is their purpose in the reconciliation process when they wanted to form part. It was a voluntary program, when they wanted to be part of it. And the aim of the program was to let offenders realize what is their effect on the victims. And also there's a need always, most of the time, of victims to see the perpetrators and to have sometimes a discussion, which is all. And it's not always for everybody, but that is what happened. And then we brought them together as victim and offender after they've been prepared. We went through a whole program preparing the offender as well as the victim for crime if they voluntarily wanted to be part of that. So, and then the meeting will take place, and then the outcome will be different things. For people just to say, for the offender to say to the victim, I'm sorry, or to say nothing, or just to meet. So that was the purpose of the program.
What are some of the effects that came out of those reconciliation sessions?
The effect was that the trauma that the family went through, and even the victim sometimes, it was an opportunity to bring down the trauma levels and to help them assist getting over the victim phase of their crime, and help them also to start normalizing their lives again, because that is one of the effects of trauma, that it puts your life upside down, and it's to normalize and to get control of your life again. That was the main thing. And from a pastoral side, if it was then necessary, some people wanted to say, I'm sorry for what I've did, after they had a lot of, after they got insight in what happened, or what was the effect of their crime on the family or the victim of the family.
When did you start working for the AfriForum Trauma Unit?
It was 2 years ago. I pensioned in about 4 years ago, and then I've started with AfriForum about 2 years ago at the trauma unit. And in the trauma unit, we worked for mainly our aim and purpose is for victims of the farm attacks and farm murder, but also violent crimes.
And can you tell me what methodology you use in these sessions with people that you counsel?
Yes, I think the main and the most important one, there are many phases in which trauma is taking place and our involvement. We will start with the first responders on crime scenes, like, for instance, if there's a farm attack, we, as well as people who are around us, the people that we appointed to help and assist there, will be there to help them in the first phase. That's on the crime scene itself, or when it's taking place. And what we do then is to help them emotionally support, and a lot of other, to empower them during that time when the scene is very much upside down. They will, we help and assist them then. Then the second phase, after about 27 hours, that's normally, it's a national standard of when we get involved really with trauma counseling. And in that 27, after that 27, we will start with debriefing, trauma debriefing, as well as then trauma counseling as such, helping and assisting the offenders to get back to a normal, the victims to normal circumstances. And after that, there is also a period of when we empower our the victims of the farm attacks or farm murders. That's when we help them and assist them in court cases. And we also help them and assist with their trauma during hearings, because during the hearings there's a lot of how can I put it, where people re-experience the incident again when they see the offender, and also to heard in a court what exactly happened to them, and what the crime scene was all about, and to hear and to see for themselves how loved ones has been killed. Then there's a lot of trauma, and we help them through that also.
Could you give us an indication of what would happen in a typical counseling session? What techniques are used during that process?
Yes, we normally use the CBT, it's the cognitive behavior theory, and then we work with the three different facets of let's say, steps. First, we start with the phase of emotional debriefing. That's where the person gets the opportunity to get rid of all the emotions when we take them through their narrative story. Up till then, the next phase will then be to look at their cognitive, and that's how they're thinking and how it's affecting them. And then the last phase will be when we work through them in restoring and rethinking their and changing their cognitive behavior.
And what is the aim of that process?
The aim of the whole process is to get victims as soon as possible, and their families, because it involves also their family, to get them back to normalizing their life, to take control of their life, to give them skills to control and regulate their emotions, and also to look, as we say, to look life in the eyes again and start living again.
You mentioned that in the first portion of it, there's a moment where they're narrating to you to overcome the negative emotions. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would be involved in that narration process?
Yeah. It is telling their narrative, their story, and how they went through it, what can they still remember about what happened. Also then to give them the opportunity about their feelings, and venting their feelings help them also to minimize or to bring down their emotional stress that they're going through. And that emotional stress can be a lot of things, which is part of that.
How many people have you personally counseled?
I'm also a supervisor for the trauma unit. I'm qualified to this CPSC is a accredited institution of SAQA. So I'm also a qualified supervisor for them. So I'm working with my own cases as well as the cases of the other trauma counselors in helping and assisting them with the counseling through the supervisor position. So over the years, I've seen many people, but in the last time, for the last 2 years, I've counted up 80 cases where I was involved in. And of that 80, 23 I was actively and still actively involved with them.
And is that, just for clarity, you mentioned that there's your personal involvement and the supervision involvement. Could you explain what those two different roles would involve, and then to give us a sense of the number that you're seeing in both of those different roles?
Yeah, so that counts up. My own case is about 25, and the cases for supervising the other, it's about 60, so it mounts up to about 80 cases. In our trauma unit, we at this stage, or over the past 2.5 years, there were about 125 cases that we were involved in. Some of the cases we were practically involved in. Other cases were also referred to other professionals because we were very much together with them, like psychologists or psychiatrists or medical doctors or whatever the case might have been.
How do you, when you engage with someone who's a victim of an attack, do they come to see you or do you go to see them?
Most of the time we visit them at their environments, that's on the farms or in places where there's. And then we normally see all the people who is involved in that. It includes the farm workers. There are cases where we have also been, they formed part of our trauma counseling and our debriefing in some cases. We must remember the people that are referred to us are only those people that are willing or accept that AfriForum will give them trauma counseling.
So if I understand that, is it that you'd be having a session with the person who was attacked and other people who are on the farm, is that correct?
Yes, that might be the victims themselves and also the family that is involved, which is secondary trauma, sometimes children that were not involved directly, but they are also traumatized, and we call it secondary trauma that they are involved in. And then also the farm workers. I can remember a case now vividly in KwaZulu-Natal, in the district of Hardy. And in that case, the wife of the farmer and the worker, house worker, were involved in that. There was a violent crime going on, and they were tied up together, and afterwards we she came with her boss worker, and that was the one that was speaking on behalf of the group as such. And he then also helped me, if I can remember, with the Zulu. So I'm not Zulu speaking as well. So what she then did is she wanted to be part of it, and we went through the whole trauma counseling. And at the end of the day, we also did debriefing to the group of farm workers who was locked. The group was locked up in the garage by the attackers, and we also debriefed them. And then they sent the boss, as they call him, to go to the lady of the farm as well as the farm worker and say, but we were not involved. Because I don't know if you want me to say something about that, what is happening on the farms, to say that because there's a lot of trust, relations being broken by what is happening on a farm. Sometimes we think it's only the farmer that is involved or his family, but our experience and observance is that it's quite different from that the farm workers are also traumatized by the incident, because especially when they don't know people who did it, and they are also fearful that they will come back. Then they really are also part of the trauma that's happening in that society. So it's very important for us at the trauma unit to, and that's what we observed. There are people behind this trauma, and they are families. Not saying they're actively doing something, but they are the victims, and the victims of this horrible farm attacks and farm murders that is taking place. They are human beings, and if you see what people are going through, the horrible stories they tell us of what happened to them. As a trauma counselor and as a pastor, you realize that people can easily talk about farm murders, farm attacks, but behind the scene, there are people, human beings, that are suffering trauma, what we sometimes call the pain of the soul. It's the psychic pain that they are going through. It's not only physical pain, but also the pain of what happened there. And then the trust that is not there any longer between people, communities. So it's affecting not only the family or the direct victims, but also the families, the farm workers, and the community that is involved. In communities where more than one farm attacks took place, people can tell you, and we have observed that people can tell you, it's now the 4th or the 5th or the 6th attacks that is taking place. And they can tell you at which farm it took place. They can also tell you what happened with the farmers and what happened to their workers, when workers were involved in that. So they are building up, as we can see, like a trauma memory sometimes that is continuing. So there's also this stress in the communities that is being created by farm attacks, farm murders, if I can call it that.
So is the impact of farm murders and farm attacks felt by people that are both black and white?
Yes, I think there's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. that it is not only on the white community. It's their workers is also involved in that. And I think that is our observation. Because if they were not directly involved, sometimes they, with those farm workers that we speak to, what we sometimes find is that they will come back and say, the relationship is now broken. Because we think the farmer is thinking that we are guilty, that we assisted, and we did not do it. Because on the other hand, when the farmers are looking at it, it is also from our observation that who do you trust now? So the trust relationship has been broken, and there's a lot of community distrust that is taking place that should be restored.
Do they describe what the community was like before the attack, what the relationships were like before the attack?
Yes, I think if I can bring you back, if I can do that on, I think it's the last page or somewhere around there where I talk about the community and what effects it has on the community. And that is what we observe. It's the last page there. Fear and anxiety in the community over their safety and security.
That's at page 307, my Lord.
Sorry, Honourable. Did you have it? It is that the fear. Once they claim the safety of the once calm and safe community turns into a very unsafe place to be at. There's a lot of shock and disbelief going through a community. They realize it. They thought that couldn't happen to them, and now it's happening. So the shock through the community is that. Then the highly emotional and tense situation that is developing. Because when you're in trauma, when a traumatic experience is you're going through that, what happened to you is your surroundings become very unsafe. But you're also suspicious because you don't know who were involved in those attacks. Then there's also the hyper-vigilancies. People become looking around. Who can I trust? Who can't I trust? The trust problem arises amongst people. And it's not always amongst the farmer and his workers. It's also a trust relationship about did you do what you were supposed to do for the other farmers? Did you keep your place safe? So that it's also important. People feel powerless and without control. And I think that is one of the things that trauma is bringing, that people become powerless, and with all this distrust that is taking place, people feel out of control sometimes. And then what we also found is that when we look at these, as I said, there's a memory, a trauma memory being created by these incidents. And people remember it, which traumatize them again. Even in the community says, mustn't we look differently at our future? So those are some of the things that take place. And in our relationship over the cultural lines and things, sometimes strong, there exist a lot of strong cultural and social ties in community. People are not at fights, as we always think. The farmers and the workers, and sometimes, or most of the time in the communities, they're working well together. And these kind of incidents make a big difference in their lives, because now the trust relationship has been broken, and even the cultural ties, because the one will say that is because of this and that. That's sometimes what I can give evidence of, is what we observe is that we must realize that what we do, what we say, what we put in papers, what we put on the radio, on television, has got a direct influence of this on people that are victims and communities that are victims of farm attacks or farm murders or whatever it be, because it triggers them and is building this trauma, our memory in them. So it's not good for communities, even for victims. Victims, as we know, go through a lot of stress and shock, and their whole lives is turned upside down. That is what I can mention.
I'd like you to turn to that. If you could give us an indication. You said that you've met personally with victims, and you've given us an indication of how many you've met with. Could you give us some cases that you've personally encountered to say what has happened to them during that time? I also, in your expert notice, the method that you've used is not to use the names of those victims, but to use a code, an AA code or a BB code. If you could just explain why you've used a code, and then to take us through some of those examples.
Yes, I used the DCSM because I'm qualified to utilize that. That is your diagnostic and statistical manual. That is an international way which is explaining what is the outcome of trauma, distortions, and we use that framework to identify what are the issues that why is it qualified? Why do I say, or why do we say it's a traumatic experience? And that forms the framework. And our farm attacks, as well as our farm murders, is well within that framework. So this is not something that we have thumbstuck, but it's coming out of the international way in dealing with trauma, as well as trauma distortions. Because the end of this is the trauma, what we call it, PSD. That is, it is, yes, it calls it, as I've said it here, it's about, it becomes a normal life for people. Post-traumatic stress disorder, it can develop if trauma is not dealt with people, and that's why we used it. So in this case, we've used cases that we've been involved in, and we've decided to help, not to expose victims of crime. We have just given alphabetic letters, which is linked to a certain case, and that case is in short explained. And what I've tried to do in my evidence is to say the criteria that is being used in the DSM, we have applied it to what is in this report, and first of all we say that it's violent, and we have mentioned all the violent issues where people using objects, where they use guns, all the violent methods. And then in this second thing, we explain what are the emotional implications, the impact of farm attacks on the individual as well as the family, and as well as the community as such. But whilst you are speaking about that, you remind me, in my evidence, I made a mistake, sir. Honourable, it is only with the coding, and I just want to rectify it. I've made code numbers twice where I shouldn't do it, and I picked it up. If you could
refer to that.
I can say to you, like for instance, I just want to. It's not rectifying the content as such. It's just the numbering. I found out when I prepared it, and that is on page 301. D, it shouldn't be BB but DD.
Shouldn't
and
be?
Then in that same paragraph.
Sorry, Mr. Human, you're saying it shouldn't be what?
D,
Okay.
that BB, which referred to the case, Your Honourable, is DD.
DB.
Case. And then that where they say his wife, it is case BB. And then the other one is on page 302. In case there's a case DD, it should be PP. Sorry for that, Honourable. And then after it is in case DD. Yeah, I just swapped it around. Sorry for the Honourable for the mistake.
Okay.
Thank you. And I did it because there's a lot of intimidation that might take place, and people will be exposed, and people don't want to be exposed because the evidence that is being given is becoming not common knowledge to people. That's why I've used the coding.
Could you then take us through some of those examples, those real-life cases where you've used these codes, and tell us what happened in those incidences?
I can take you through.
For assistance, I'm not sure if you have pagination
on
numbers.
page.
There's, it's red page 300, but yours might not have that. It's after paragraph 10. There is a number 1 that says dangerous weapons are used
Yes.
in these attacks.
Okay.
Start there.
I will start there. Why it's violent that in all cases, two issues are being used: violent weapons or with people, and also violent language, intimidating people. And that in case AA at the farmhouse, the farmer was shot 6 times. I just explained how violent it was. He was shot 6 times in the lower part of his body by an assault rifle. Whilst he was lying on the ground, they kicked him, and when he did not answer quick enough, in the case where the attackers asked him, he was shot. And that's where the 6 times comes from. They did it 6 times to him. In the other case, at BB, the attackers used assault rifles in killing the farmer at his gate. The farmer and his wife were killed. Then in case DD, as I said, he was tied up in the bathroom with barbed wire. And in case BB, the wife was assaulted and seriously burnt with an iron. I think those cases were reported in newspapers, and some people know about that. The other one is also the violent breaking in CC, when the attackers locked the husband in the bathroom, and the attackers shoot through their windows and to get into the house itself. They were not scared of that. Then the death threats and manhandling. I think there are certain cases that I could tell you that the first attackers were on C at PP, where that is at a case round about the Bonnievale, that area, where she was burnt with hot water that were poured on her. So just to tell the violence of these type of crimes. And then at the case, it was here at, or in nearby Rustenburg on a farm, where they sprayed doom on them and diesel on the farmer and his wife. And so at sometimes you can say it could be described as torture that people sometimes go through. The attackers kill. There's a lot of killing taking place. The trauma is not only being stealing and getting away, but there's death taking place. And death is one of the serious incident that can happen to a person to cause extreme trauma in people's lives. So there's the cases that I mentioned at EE. The farmer and his wife was shot at the entrance of their gate and farm gate. And if the farmer was shot at the sheep kraal, it's in the Free State where that happened. Also, the other one is the farmer and his wife were murdered by two attackers, where the wife's, the husband's throat was slit, and his wife was strangled. So those are the kind of things. There are also women that has been raped. In a case TT in the Eastern Cape, there was a case where, in case TT, as I mentioned it here, where the mother was 3 times raped in front of her daughter in the house during this period they were busy there. And then at MM, sexually assault that is taking place. I don't think it is always necessary to go into the brutal issues of this, but just to remind us that the cases are brutal, it's violent. It is not just the case arrive there and steal and go away as we sometimes think, but it's very brutal. Then I don't know if you would like us to say, well, what is the emotional impact on what is happening? That is on page 303. If I can go through that. Trauma incidents on the farm attacks activates a neurological process of anxiety, that is fear and anxiety. It happens in every farm attack, our observance. The level of fear and anxiety differs to what is happening on the farm as well as the incident itself. So the level may differ, but in all cases, there's a lot of fear and anxiety. And people keep that anxiety and fear for quite some time. As I said, in cases AA, CC, and DD, the women involved in the farm attack recounted the thinking that their lives are being ended because the people are there with violent methods that they use. In case AA, the attacker forced the teenage girl to partly undress and parade in front of the attackers topless. It was humiliating for her, and she was terrified as she was afraid that she would be raped. So this is the kind of thing that's taking place. From the other thing is that flashbacks may occur. That it is not that when the attack is over, you are now released from the fear and the anxiety. They get flashbacks of the events. There are triggers. At one farmer, at AA, the farmer that was shot several times said that when he goes back to his farm and he tries to enter the gate, he gets the anxiety and the fear of the incident that took place again. There's also other cases that I've mentioned there. They're experiencing the events of the farmer attacks is recalled repeatedly through observations known as these triggers. DD, the farmer, that is point 21A, DD, the farmer testified that after a year of the farm attack, he was still avoiding the barn where the attack began. So they avoid certain places to go. So it takes some time for people to recover from what is happening there. And in the same incidents that's taking place, it's not the individuals or their families that involved, but also the community suffers, and you can see people try to get back to the normal way of living and trying to do. But it is hard for them. It's hard work to get through the trauma and to get back again, to control your life again, to get a normal life. That is what I see. The peaceful environments that people once experienced on the farms is gone. And they have to work on it again. So that is why they became hyper alert of what's going on. Some farmers don't want to go back to their farms because they say, what is in it for me to go back to my farm, and I put my family and myself in danger again. But it happens in the first few months, but through trauma, counseling, and also the help of other professionals, people are getting back, and the situation is sometimes normalized. But people never forget the incident, and the triggers will keep on even for months and for years. And what makes it worse, I know we are on a court, but that is what our observation is. The postponement of cases make it very difficult for people to move on with their lives. We've got cases where people have been 3 years, 4 years, when cases is not finalized. And what happened then, every time there's a court case, or the court the hearings is being postponed, or things are not being finalized, there's new incident. That old incidents are becoming new incidents for them as such. So it takes some time for people to overcome what is happening and to overcome the trauma as well. Okay. Victims feel that they've lost control of their lives. This is one of the main things of symptoms of extreme traumas. People have lost control, and they feel they've lost control totally of their lives. And that's when they get depressed. That is when people feel they shouldn't go on with their lives sometimes. As the case of AA, the farmer and his wife said they were feeling there was nothing left for them on the farm, which they have built up over 40 decades. The medical staff had fought for their lives for weeks. So what is the sense of going back and be traumatized or even lost their lives again? That is. I think it's a lot of information, but it is also examples of the fear. And the whole aim of this is that's what we as trauma counselors observe, is that there's more than just talking about who's right and who's wrong, about farm attacks and farm, but these are human beings that are suffering. There are communities that are suffering, that is not exposed or is not coming into discussion by us every time.
Have you spoken to people that have been affected by farm attacks about their response to the singing of songs like Dibulu Bunu, Kill the Boer, or Kiss the Boer?
In the cases that we've seen, there was nobody who said they sang the song whilst they were busy with us or whatever, or they were busy with their attacks. But people will also refer you when you go for counseling, or they come to you for counseling, or we go to them. They will always tell you that you read in the paper, that you hear over the radio what happened with farm attacks, which farmers were attacked. So that is the part where the triggers, they sometimes feel, and that is in most cases, that the people are sensitive of what they are going through. They will say here and there, it's not a lot of cases, 1, 2, 3 cases I can think of, would say that, did you hear they are singing the song, Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer again? Or they will say, I hear AfriForum is going to court with these incidents, or taking on. So it is not with the attackers itself that they hear it, but how it is being said in the newspapers and in the media. So it traumatized them again because of the triggers. This is how trauma works. If an incident related to the specific thing that you went through, you re-experience it again, not in the same intense way, but you experience it again, and you get the same emotions and feelings that you had previously.
What emotions and feelings that people had previously then come up when they're re-triggered?
It is fear, anxiety. People say they've got, because they feel there's nothing being done. There's nothing done for these things to be stopped. So they say we are now part of, we just have to give over, because there's useless, it's senseless of that. And then there's a lot of anger. Anger towards the people that are so insensitive to what is going on. They will say sometimes, if these things are discussed, politicians are very, very much unaware of what we are going through as victims of crime.
Have any of them said anything about politicians denying farm attacks? Denying the existence of farm attacks?
Yeah, because we are not that much involved in political discussions over it, because our function is to help people to get back on track. So we do not go into those discussions, because we know it's not good in their process, in their healing process, to go into politics again, which will bring back those fears. So we do not really go into those discussions.
Is there a difference between a emotional state and post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, there is post-traumatic stress is the end phase. If you do not deal with your trauma and your stress, it can go over into post-traumatic stress. And that means that the same emotional feelings that you've got and the state that your body are in when you are traumatized is a continuous one. That's when people go into anxiety distortions, in fear, which become permanently part of their lives. So there is a difference between the trauma and the post-traumatic stress. Post-traumatic stress is a more serious way, which is becoming more permanently for people.
Could you describe the effect that post-traumatic stress disorder would have on someone in a kind of long-term way, the functioning of their life?
Yes, they will struggle to work, keep a work. They will also be afraid to be in places where their trauma took place. They won't go back to that farm. They avoid those places. They will always be on hyper-vigilant phase. They will always look around, see if there isn't danger or people or places which can aggravate their feelings. And they will be anxious. It becomes so part of their life, anxiety, if it's not dealt with. And they will also withdraw them from the community, from their friends. That's in worst cases, they will also revert to or go over in substance abuse, drinking, using other medical abuse, medical medication and that kind of thing.
You'd stated earlier that people can become depressed and wonder whether it's worth living. Do people have suicidal thoughts?
It might be. It is not in all cases. It all depends what is the history of this person and what things he went through all the time.
And is there a difference between someone who's gone through a trauma counseling process after a farm attack and someone who has not gone through that process?
Yes, I think so. I think so. It also, people differ. But in cases before the trauma is taking, for people who's not going through trauma, you can sometimes, there's a lot of trauma symptoms still in them, and how they as a family live their lives. You can see there's a lot of trauma because it's also influencing the marriages, the way in which people is in relationships with each other and processes, either it be with a counselor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. There's a difference. People can start living again, get control of their life, have got skills to regulate their emotions, and also to start functioning better in society.
When people describe, as they narrate the events of what occurred during the farm attack, do they express themselves in different emotional terms? Is there a variety of ways in which people tell these stories?
Yes. Yes, the reaction thereof is different in a sense that some people will cry, some people will get angry, some people will get more afraid, anxiety attacks and that kind of thing. So yes, there's a difference in the emotions.
Is the way that someone tells a story different?
Yes. The more, because venting your emotions and also narrating the story again, in the sense of creating a new story, it happens that people will tell you more and remember more as the counseling is going on because of the neuro processes that is taking place. Because we all know that trauma can suppress your thinking, your cognitive, and when that is being normalized again, people are thinking more, they can look at things better.
Are some people who've gone through a trauma counseling process able to tell their stories in a way that is calm?
Yes. It may happen not in all cases. It's always different. There's no way that people will react always in the same way. But there are cases where people can say, I can now talk about the incident and not be that fearful and not experience that anxiety that I had a year or 2 years ago. But the issue there is people never forget what they went through.
Could you give us an indication of how long the effects of the attack will last with someone?
Now, I must always say that people are different. But in most cases, or let me say, rephrase it in the same, that in most cases, the extreme trauma that they experience will last for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. For some people, it's over a year. Sometimes it can go longer. But we normally see after 3 to 4 months. I know that's only an observation of the cases that we deal with. But in the DSM, they will also explain that people are experiencing differently. But 3 months, 4 months, 6 months.
You mentioned that that's the sort of first stage.
Yes.
Are there later stages?
Yes. I think when people first is to get over the extreme trauma phases of an anxiety and fear and not controlling and not in control of my life. And as the counseling taking place, people are recovering, people are healing to a certain extent. And they start thinking, and that was the cognitive restructuring taking place. People are becoming to think differently of what happened to them. And they will see that there is still part of my life is still here. I can still continue. I still have got other children. I still have got family to live with. And the normalization of their lives are then start becoming apparent.
You stated that they always remember. Is there a sense in which the incident will be with that person forever?
Yes. Not experiencing the whole incident as such at that extent, but they can sympathize with other people when they read it in newspapers or a story or something is happening over the TV or television, or they have got talks or something's happening in the community. People still realize that. And people will at the end say that thing that they didn't want to say at the beginning. I was actually lucky that I'm still here. It's not something that they want to hear, because it's not lucky for them to be to go through a trauma.
My Lord, I have no further questions. My Lord, I don't know if we want to take a moment for the media to move it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hume. Your Lordship, I do not have any questions for the witness.
My Lord, then there'll be no questions on re-examination. And then I would suggest that we adjourn for the afternoon and that we then commence on Monday, which will be the complaints to lay witnesses.
Thank you very much. We will then, beg your pardon. Thank you, Mr. Human. You are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. We're going to then adjourn. We will meet again on Monday at 10 o'clock. The court shall adjourn.